Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So, did you guys see a message I dropped on the main thing? I'm not sure whether that message is displayed or not. Let me share my screen. So, probably you guys can let me know.
No, we didn't receive that particular message.
Yeah, I also have not. I thought it started already. I am not able to join.
No, I dropped a message. So, I'm not sure whether you guys were able to see this. I told team will start at 9. Sorry, just woke up due to some production issue. I was working till 5 a.m. I was not sure whether it is delivered, so that's the reason I thought let me connect now as soon as I got this.
In the
Okay.
chat, it's showing it's we are in offline. That's it.
Sorry?
In chat, it's showing it's we are in offline. When I'm clicking the chat, it is showing it's just leave a message. That's it.
Okay.
Nothing information is
Okay, fine. No worries. Let's start up. Sorry, guys, for the delay because
there.
I slept at 5 and I kept alarm for 7, but I couldn't wake up. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Issues.
Okay. So, guys, good morning, everyone. And
Good morning.
let's start now. So, what do you mean by virtual machine? Or before we get into virtual machine, what is virtualization?
Virtualization is something which is on cloud, not physically on the virtual machines.
So, you mean to say virtualization is on cloud, right?
No,
Yes.
it's not in the cloud. Usually, what happens is there is an enhancement. First, Windows servers, which is coming into the picture. After that, VMware, and after that, only it is a cloud came into the picture.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of we are holding it is too many servers buying in such a way, if you have it one ESXS server and that put a lot of VMs in such a way with using that hardware components in a single kind of stuff and using in one servers and having multiple VMs into the picture. So it is reduce the cost kind of that information. That
Okay.
VMware stepped in.
Mm-hmm.
So that is
But
very
still, that has been
technical at
handled
micro
by
level.
the technical team over inside that.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
It is a technology where we create simulated or software machines using the underlying physical hardware such as CPU, memory, hard disk, etc.
Okay. In that case, Raghavendra, I could say, I, so is it the right way of saying abstraction of hardware from software?
No, not abstraction of hardware from software. Uh, this virtualization layer usually sits over the physical hardware. Uh, in general topology, we have underlying hardware. Then on top of it, it is a OS layer, which allows you to install different applications. But in virtualization, you have additional layer called virtualization, which sits on top of the hardware, which interacts with the underlying hardware and allows you to create multiple software versions of systems on a single physical system.
So in this, what exactly you're doing? If you're saying,
Yeah, exactly. Abstraction of hardware into software. Right.
right?
Yeah.
So you're using a software on a bare metal or a physical layer, and from using that software, you're abstracting the hardware and presenting as a hardware to the machine or a
Correct. Correct.
software, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now, virtualization. When we talk about the virtualization, there are the I would say vendors like VMware, who is a dominator in the virtualization world. Post
Yes.
that,
Yes.
Citrix is one of the dominator. Post that, now Microsoft from past 1 decade, I would say, and we have Oracle and
Zen.
Zen
Yeah.
and there are a couple of open sources as well.
Yeah.
Okay, which can be used for the virtualization. But these are the market pioneers who I would say VMware is the one who started with, and Citrix is the one who is known for application virtualization. Okay, VMware earlier started with GSX, then they got into ESX, then they got into ESXi. Now, what you're seeing, vSphere, it's ESXi version. Okay, what do you mean by that? And in Citrix, earlier it was Zenap, which was the product which they were very popular with that product because that used to go ahead and virtualize your application and it can be accessed from anywhere at any network. Okay. And Microsoft brought up Hyper-V on top of their existing server layer, and Hyper-V is used for the virtualization now. Okay. When we say virtualization, what happens exactly? Huh? What happens in the virtualization? So what you have, this is your hardware.
So
Hardware in
we are
sense?
not able. Are you displaying on the screen or something?
Yeah. Okay. You're not seeing my screen. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
Uh, so were you able to see my screen at least?
No, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, we are able to
But
see.
Yes,
We are
yes,
able
we
to
can
screen
see.
or some other screen?
Yeah. Yeah. No, we can see now the MS Paint and your illustrations.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But I am
Now,
unable to see your screen.
Rohit, you're not able to see it. Sahil?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
It it might be a network lag, I guess.
We are able to see.
I'm able to
Yeah.
Oh,
see it, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
okay.
rejoin.
No, basically, I am unable to see this. But my network is
Please
okay.
rejoin. Please rejoin. Then you can able to see.
Rejoin
Okay.
Rohit once, probably. That
Okay,
would
sure.
help
I
you.
will do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So when we talk about virtualization, what happens? You have a hardware which is nothing but your server, the physical server. Okay. And you have your hypervisor.
Yeah.
Hypervisor is nothing but a software or a OS which should be minimum footprint. In sense, it would be hardly 350 MB, 400 MB sort of. Okay, this is a hypervisor which will be deployed on this hardware layer, and this hypervisor helps you create different virtual machines. It might be of any OS flavor. It might be a Mac, it might be a Windows, it might be a Linux at one place. Am I clear?
Yeah.
Yep.
So what we said here, it's a bare metal hardware, right? It's a bare metal hardware. And we have hypervisor, we have virtual machines here. And this type of a deployment is called what?
Virtualization.
Type 1.
Type 1. Now, when you say type 1, what is type 2 now?
Type 1 allows you to install an OS or software component on top of hardware. But in type 2, it is guest based, meaning that conventionally you install an operating system, and the operating system will host the virtualization component or hypervisor software, which allows you to create multiple virtual machines. So the difference between type 1 and type 2 is we have an additional OS layer in type 2.
Okay, in this case, what happens? You have your existing operating system, consider Windows, okay, and you're running it on your laptop or desktop or any server, physical server, okay. What you do, on top of that, you add a software like VMware has a workstation which you can deploy this software or application on your computer, and then on top of that you go ahead and install your hypervisor. So it might be a ESXi, it might be a Zen server, or it might be a Hyper-V. Okay.
I don't think we'll be able to install ESXi or Hyper-V
Why?
in the workstation,
Why can't?
because workstation itself is a virtualization component, which should allow you to create multiple VMs, just like VirtualBox.
See, workstation is, if you are using enterprise workstation, the free one, it allows you to create only VM. But the enterprise one, when you create a VM is nothing but you can deploy your ESXi as well there. Okay. And on top of that, you can go ahead and create your virtual machines. You can deploy as a VM, as a Windows operating system, Linux operating system, or else you can deploy your ESXi as well. And workstation is used only for the development environment wherein you want to do some testings. Is it clear, Rohit?
Sir, please could you repeat this again?
Okay. So workstation is a software which is being provisioned by VMware.
Okay.
Okay. What you do,
Okay.
so consider you want to deploy a test environment, right? So in that case, use the workstation wherein you go ahead and create the VMs. Now, when you're installing the hypervisor, it will get created as a VM itself, and you install your hypervisor there, mounting your ISO image.
No, but the VMware workstation itself is a desktop hypervisor. Why do we want to install ESXi on top of it?
Okay. This is only for your lab or learning purpose. They do not recommend you even what you're using for the development environment. Its workstation is meant only for the development environment. If you want to build multiple machines on top of it and test whatever you want and delete it. And that's what, even you're installing the ESXi on top of that as part of a lab or for your learning, or it might be some testings, and then you're going and creating the virtual machines on top of that ESXi. That's how it would be. See, it's the ideally recommended workstation is only for virtual machine creation, wherein you're creating on your desktop or laptop or your any of the development or testing environment. But you can use it for installing the installing the ESXi as well, wherein you can create your lab. You can build 2 ESXi hosts if you have the high configuration of a computer. Okay, you can build 2 ESXi hosts and test it using installing, creating a vCenter and everything, and it would be a nested environment. Is it clear, Raghavendra?
Yep, let's go ahead.
Okay. Now, when we say we can deploy the virtual machine, right? So we are installing the virtual machine, maybe a Windows. Under that, on that top of virtual machine, I can go ahead and enable the Hyper-V role. Consider I'm using here Windows 11 on my desktop or laptop. I can use the application workstation on my system, and I can go ahead and install the Windows operating system, server operating system, and enable the Hyper-V. Now, once I enable the Hyper-V, can I go ahead and do the remaining stuff? I can create the virtual machine on top of it in the Hyper-V using the Hyper-V management. Yes, no?
Yes, we can.
Right?
Not sure.
Yeah, we are not much aware about the. I think I
Okay.
am the
So
worker
see,
itself.
this
So what
software
is
gives
the
you the
hyper? Yeah, VMware I am aware. So what is the hyperware and other things? So can you give some examples so we
see
can
Hyper-V
easily?
is what?
I am not. I am not aware.
So have you used the Windows server operating system?
Yes.
Okay. So have you been to the uh, add roles and features?
Mm-hmm.
Under that, if you go, you'll see Hyper-V as a role. Okay. When you enable that,
Mm-hmm.
there are 2 ways of creating Hyper-V. One, on your existing GUI based Windows version, or else if you are installing the Hyper-V, then you can install direct command line. In the sense, when you're installing the Hyper-V ISO,
Mm-hmm.
then it will ask you, it will prompt you, do you want to go with the GUI based? If you say GUI based, then what it will do, it will create a regular Windows operating system where it is a GUI. Then it will go ahead and enable only that Hyper-V role. But when you install command based, so it would be black screen, but it will be using the Windows Hyper-V role. In sense, you can go ahead and manage everything through command on the Hyper-V, the way you are
Okay.
doing on a ESXi or so. Is it
Okay.
clear?
Okay. Yeah. Clear.
Clear so far?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, once you do this, you can go ahead and build your
virtual machines.
virtual machines on top of that, and test your environment or do whatever you want. And this is called as a type 2. Type 2 is meant only for development and testing, not for the production. Okay. So widely this is used, but still this is used in some of the development companies where they want to test the module and then create a module and then test it and again then delete that machine. For that reason, they use it workstations specifically locally available on their machines. Clear?
Clear.
Okay. So now you know what it is, right? What is virtualization? Now, if you have multiple virtualizations, multiple hypervisors, you need something to manage it, right? Can you go ahead and manage one by one? Consider
Can, but for efficiency, every virtualization provider gives you some kind of software or tool which you can use to manage multiple hypervisors
right.
in the same place.
Yeah, so it's for ease of management and centralized management of it. And also when you use that software, as you said, Raghavendra, software is nothing but it's a component or a service which will allow you to configure the clustering features. Like maybe I would say HA. HA is what? High availability. FT. FT is what? Fault tolerance. In VMware, there is called something as DRS, a distributed resource scheduler. Nothing but it will go ahead and see and manage the resources on the particular hypervisors and distribute the load. So that is being taken care by vCenter. vCenter is nothing but from the VMware. The same way for the Microsoft, we have SCVMM, System Center Virtual Machine Management. Okay. From Citrix, we have Zen Center. We are not going to go into that, but just for your understanding, and you have a thing. That's the reason I'm because we're talking on the virtualization, so I brought up this topic so that you have a clarity of that. Is it clear?
Clear.
Okay. Now let's come back to virtual machine. We talk what is virtualization and virtual machine, right? Now, what is virtual machine in that case?
It's a software computer.
Okay, it's a computer, right? Built from the software and provision the hardware resources. So you mean to say when this machine is created, you have memory, CPU, hard disk, and NIC. All this you have in this on this physically you can see them on the virtual machine.
That's right.
Yeah, that's correct. And we can choose what we need to have and how much we need to have.
Okay, so you can see it, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
When you say you can see the hardware, can you go ahead and show where this hardware is sitting on the hypervisor?
What do you mean? Go ahead and show.
Yeah.
Because we are using the same hardware from the base system. So if you have 1 terabyte of disk space and your one particular VM is using 500 GB out of it, it's essentially sourcing from the uh, base hardware.
Base machine.
Yeah. So can I see, can you show me the split if I log into the hypervisor?
In case
Yes.
of VMware or in case of Microsoft Hyper-V, you can figure that out using vCenter or SCVMM. So it will show you how much storage is available, how much memory is available, and how much is currently consumed by the VMs.
So then where do you see this hardware on the virtual machine? There should be some hardware, right, for the virtual machines?
Yeah, in the device server, when you are actually into the virtual machine, it's just like a normal system. But if you want to differentiate whether it is virtualized or physical, you can check that in various ways. The device manager will tell you um, about the disk or something. So for example, it is a VMware virtual machine. You will see something like VM iSCSI or VMNet, some nomenclature through which you can figure out it is a virtualized slice of the hardware.
Okay. But on the layer, what do you see? How do you see the split? You said you can differentiate the virtual machine or it's a thing. But if you go as a layman, what are this? Are they actually split into the hardware or what it is? When you create a virtual machine, what happens? Does it go ahead and create a hardware in the backend?
No,
No,
it
I
will
don't think so.
it will just utilize the hardware.
Resources.
Yeah,
Okay.
resources.
So in case what it is doing when you did anyone create a virtual machine?
Yes,
Thousands
I
of
did.
virtual machines.
Okay. So did you go ahead and see when you create a virtual machine? Okay. Did you go ahead and see in the backend what all things it created?
Yes, in the
What?
vCenter or the ESXi host,
Mhm.
you can specify the amount of virtual CPUs.
Ravindra will not get into that. Okay. When you
No,
create
that's what I'm telling you, because
uh-huh.
you are asking how do you differentiate
No. It's
where
not
the
about
splitting is happening.
no, it's not about differentiation. So now you created a virtual machine, right? So did you go ahead and see in the backend what happened? Did it create a hardware or did it? So you have a virtual machine, right? So you gave a name, Bragvendra test VM. Okay. So in the backend, when you go, it might have created some folder. Inside that, did you see there is a hardware or something?
No, it's not
No, I
really a
don't think.
hardware.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because the disks are generally VMDKs, that is virtual machine
Exactly. That's what I
disks.
wanted to bring in. So
Yeah,
when you go ahead and see in that folder, you might have seen multiple files. Okay,
exactly.
you see VMX file, nothing but the configuration file, which takes care of your CPU, memory, and processor. Okay,
Mm,
and your VMDK file is nothing but your physical disk.
disk.
It
Yeah.
has a BIOS config file as well. It has a log file. Everything, these are nothing but these virtual machines are set of files.
Right.
Okay,
Okay. It's just set of files. When you bring in, that's when these files get active. Till then, they are nothing.
got it.
Yeah. Are you following?
Yeah.
Okay. all these virtual machines are nothing but the files. Simple.
Files.
If you see that any machine, someone gives you the, okay, this is the virtual machine, and they give you the path. Okay, here the virtual machine is lying. Now you want to take it up. So what is required? You need to copy all those files in your environment and then go ahead and register that particular VMX file so that it will go ahead and see all information. Okay, what's the disk file? What's the your snapshot file, or what is your log file, where it is sitting, what errors it was previously found, and what's the state of the VM, right? So it will go ahead and do the same way, and it will bring it up if you are bringing in a different environment as well. Nothing but a set of the files. Simple. Clear?
Yeah.
Okay, because we in the backend, whatever happens, it happens. Now, Oracle uses the VMware in the backend. Complete their Oracle cloud infra is based on the VMware infrastructure. Even the ESXi, their network is being split using NSX. It's been completely managed by NSX. Okay, and VMware, even Amazon is partially on VMware. I would say around 70%. Okay, but Microsoft is on Hyper-V in the backend, and they use their own SCVMM. And now even Microsoft is partnered with VMware, so you can deploy whatever. You don't have to bring in your physical hardware and then deploy the hypervisor. You can buy it on the Microsoft itself, wherein they will give you the dedicated bare metal where you can deploy your ESXi and use it and pay as you go. Clear?
Clear.
Okay. Now let's come back to the virtual machine. Virtual machine is what? Is a nothing but set of files which is used to create your machine, right? And how do you create a virtual machine? What happens in the backend? It will go ahead and abstract your hardware from the hardware layer into software, right?
Software.
That's what the virtual machine is. Now, before we get into the sizes and pricing, right? Let's understand what is virtual machine scale set. What do you mean by scale set? Any thoughts?
A scale set.
Yep.
So basically, a scale set is just to choose the hardware requirement as per scalability is the right word, where we can add or remove the components or the requirements.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other thoughts? Anyone else wants to? Okay. So let's say so did anyone book the railway tickets?
Yeah.
Yes.
And did you ever try logging in during the Tatkal?
Yes.
Okay. What happens during the Tatkal?
That call will open by around 11 o'clock for the normals, 10 o'clock for AC's compartments.
Mhm.
So if you're logging into the service with a date of around before 1 or 2 minutes, it will get kick off by around same time, 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, and again you have to reconnect it back.
Mhm.
And then according to that, because that service two type of the scenarios. One will with like travelers booking, and another one is a normal persons.
Mhm.
So according to that, they will have a shuffles from which user IDs and passwords, how many tickets and booking. According to that, that tactical will be getting working.
The load will be more during that period.
Okay. So if I have to see, maybe guys might have tried the Tatkal earlier as well, before 2014, right? Or no?
Right.
Right, 2014 and all.
So how many of you have tried before 2014?
Well,
Okay. So earlier there was only one time, 10 o'clock. Now they have split for AC and sleeper as a different times, 10 and 11, right?
Yeah.
Now what happens here, when you see that at 10 or 11, your load is being increased drastically, because there would be a people all over the India who would be connecting to the IRCTC website. And during that load, if you see, half of the time, if you're lucky enough, you'll be able to log in. Otherwise, it kicks you off, or it keeps on giving you the error message. Okay. And post you log in, if you're lucky enough, you get the seat, and you click on it and you go to the payment gateway. Rather than payment gateway fails due to the load. To overcome this or do the thing, what do? You have the scale sets. In sense, you can increase the resources. Scaling is what? Simple general term. What is scaling?
Scaling is something like, you can add or you can deduct.
Basically, scaling is a here throttling. As per the requirement, they may adjust the load.
Okay. So it's nothing but scaling is nothing but you can increase, right?
Or decrease.
Yeah. Or decrease. So in this case, what you're doing in Azure, you have called something horizontal scale set and vertical scale set. Now, what will happen in the horizontal?
Horizontal, maybe we can use, we can increase or decrease hardware for a certain time period, maybe.
Then what is vertical?
I know this is coming.
Both are ways to increase the capacity, right?
Yeah.
No, but in the horizontal scaling, we generally add up new servers or nodes.
Mm-hmm.
And in vertical, we expand the capacity of CPU, memory, storage in a given server or node.
So This is your horizontal line.
Right.
This is your vertical line. Right?
Right.
So in horizontal, what you are doing?
Adding more servers. Server 1, server 2, server 3, server 4, and so on.
Right? So this is how the increase happens in the horizontal scale set. And vertical, the same virtual machine is been increased to this level.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
What happens
Please
in
explain
the
horizontal again.
Sorry?
Sorry, please explain again horizontal one.
Okay. Horizontal, what happens? This is your horizontal line. In sense, you're expanding in the horizontal way. So in this, what you do, you create additional virtual machines. You add the additional nodes.
Resources.
No. You add the with the same configuration, same application, and everything. You go ahead and add the additional virtual machine. So consider earlier, before 10, it was running on 3 nodes. You added one more to take that load at 10 when Tatkal is opening. And when you come at 11, you see, because there would be more again for the sleeper, the AC would be less. So that time you go ahead and add one more node here.
Okay.
Got it, Rohit?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, same time, you say your CPU memory resources are enough. Your virtual machines are enough to handle the load. But they are running out of the memory and CPU. If you're using, based on your concurrent sessions, each machine should have around 30 sessions, consider. Okay. So this has already 30, this has 30, this has 30, this has 30, and this has only 20. Still, there is a capacity of 10 concurrent sessions. But what happens? The CPU and memory are running out. So in that case, what will happen? It will go ahead and increase to the existing virtual machine. You go ahead and add your memory and CPU. But you're not creating a new virtual machine. In this scenario, what happened? The concurrent session limit you have set is of, consider 150. In sense, 30 concurrent session each machine. That's the limitation. So you have only 140 users right now connected. So in that case, still you have a room of 10 users connecting. But the 30 users connected to the virtual machine 1 are running out of, or it's a slowness due to the memory or CPU usage. In that case, what you do, you go ahead and expand this resources. That's nothing but vertical scaling. Am I clear?
Yeah.
Clear, yeah.
So, sir, in short, in horizontal we are adding VMs. In vertical we are adding only the CPU and memory.
Correct.
Resources. Yeah.
So we are adding resources to the existing server or the machines. In horizontal, we are adding a new machine itself.
Clear.
Yes, but you have given an example of IRCTC Tatkal timing. So that timing, what resource and horizontal scaling and verticals, what we are doing?
Okay. Now, I said right, you have a limitation. Okay. I've set a limitation. One server, based on my performance testing, based on the application utilization and all that, when we test it on our environment, and I go ahead and do it, say, okay, 30 concurrent sessions one server can hold. Okay. Now, in this example, what we are talking, currently 150 concurrent sessions can be handled by these 5 servers, correct? But Right now there is a load of only 140. So in that case, still I have a room for 10 sessions to accommodate in this case.
Correct.
So I don't have to go to horizontal scaling, but still I can see on the individual servers, there is a CPU and memory crunch.
Okay.
So in that case, what I'll do, I'll go increase it vertically. If it is reaching at the 90, above 90%, then I'll go ahead and add the CPU and memory to this. So to scale up.
Okay.
Am I clear?
Yes. So
Yes.
once we booking the Tatkal rate, so that time there is flexibility to increasing the vertical resources, or only horizontal resources will we can use that time.
See,
So
both
I'm
are
not.
possible. Both are possible. See, depends on the load. Now, Tatkal is one thing. Okay,
Mhm.
on the
Mhm.
if you have seen a big uh, billion day or a million day, what happens on
Mhm.
Flipkart or
Sell.
Amazon, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
On that time, what happens? The offers will open at 12, right? So in that case, the load, see, based on your previous, ideally what the people do, based on your previous trends, consider the first time when they launched the big billion sale, right? They never expected that load, and that time if you have seen, half of the items were not picked up. Only some of them who were lucky, they picked up at
Mhm.
1 rupee pen drive and all that, like that. Okay, because they were able to place the order, but some of them ended with error, or their order didn't process by the time it was out of the stock. So to overcome that, post that, when they did it in the next year, at least they had a information or a data. Okay, last year this was the load what we had. So now when they built, when they were having that environment or whatever they planned it for the sale, they made sure based on that load test, you have so many servers and so many resources for each virtual machine to distribute the load.
Okay.
Clear?
Got it.
And horizontal scale set and vertical scale set is also called as a scale up and scale out. Which is scale up and which is scale out?
Scale up means increasing the number of resources,
Mhm.
and scale out means merging uh, uh, multiple resources, means uh, decrease the resources, and single resource you can increase the um, like CPU and RAM, or
Okay,
etc.
simple.
Scale up refers to vertical scaling,
Okay, and scale out refers to horizontal.
horizontal.
Guys, simple for your, this is what? Up, because you have to climb it. You need to climb up if you have to go up, right? And this is
Hmm.
what? Walk out. Consider, you can say out, because in this, just you are going to add a additional machine. In this, you are increasing your resources. Vertical is scale up, and horizontal is scale out. Clear?
Okay. Mhm. Clear.
Okay. Now let's get into Azure machine, Azure virtual machine creation, and then there itself we can see how the pricing, sizes, and deployment can be done. And post that, we'll get into this ARM template. Okay, guys, hope you are following.
Yeah.
Okay. So see, this is a Azure portal for your learning. You can go ahead and use this link portal.azure.com, and here you can sign up, create one. You can create a new account here. Okay, and log in. So you can create a Microsoft account, or you can use your existing account, whatever it might be. If I have to use my existing,
.com is missing, sir.
okay, sorry.
Type the Yahoo. You need to type the Yahoo mail ID full.
Okay. So once I log in, okay, it will ask you to start a free trial wherein you have a 200 free credits, $200. Okay. Once you do this, please, you can click here and start it, and it will ask you for try Azure for free, and you can go ahead and punch in all your information here, and it will ask you for your credit card. Okay. Understand, it's asking for your credit card. Without that, it will not let you get in. In this case, when you're creating any machines or anything, make sure you're not leaving it on. Okay. In Azure, if you shut down also a virtual machine, still you'll be charged. You need to stop it completely. So in sense, if you see here, there is a stop button. I need to stop it. Go ahead and stop it. Otherwise, restart or shut down, it's at OS level, but still this machine is getting charged. Okay. So be mindful when you're doing it, because you might see you left off something uh, uh, with absent mind. In that case, you will realize that cost at the end of the month, because the bill might pop up to 15-20K on your credit card, and that might stop based on the resources what you're using. If you're using the some high costing resources, then forget, it might screw up like SQL VMs or something, then that would be a good amount. Okay, so please be mindful when you're doing it. Only use it for testing and shut it down. Stop the services, whatever you're building. Okay,
Is this
clear?
for even the service accounts, resources groups also, or only for the virtual machines kind of stuff?
So anything, see this once you log in here, right? You will get all the services, whatever the service you want to spin on the Azure. But your free credit is only 200. Post that, it will charge on your credit card. That's the reason I'm telling you.
Sudhindra, this $200 we are getting for each year or just one time?
It is one time. But this 200 credits can be used uh, for 12 months. So in sense, you have this credits, you can utilize it for 12 months.
Once we'll stop our VM, then it will not charge, right?
No, it will not charge. So you need to stop all the services. That's what I'm saying. But it will not charge in sense. See, consider the VM charge is about 8,000 rupees. Okay. Still, you will be charged minimal
Okay.
because you're using the storage resources, you are using the network component, but there is no traffic on the network, so you'll not get charged. Still, your storage charges are there because you're saving that disk there, right? So it might be minimal, maybe a monthly 10 to 15 rupees or so. That's it.
Yeah. And apart from
One more
that, there are
question.
several other components such as using public IP or
Yeah.
a database connector. These are also chargeable.
Yeah, those are also chargeable. Public IP chargeable. So you need to be mindful when you're using it. If you're using for testing, test it, clean up the resources.
Okay. One more
Okay.
question. Where we can check if any of the resources we suppose I forgot to uh, delete that resource or
Yes,
something.
condition.
So is there anywhere we can check,
Sorry, could you repeat
or
that? There is a
I
lot of
can
background
apply
noise.
any conditional alert?
Uh,
So question is, suppose we forget any services like and Raghavendra told some public IP, and also how can check any
yeah,
single
that can be
place
checked.
there is in
Yeah, that can be checked. All your resources are being
which
there.
place?
Okay. So I'll bring it up. We'll create this and I'll show you overall how we can see all the resources.
That will have any information, right, regarding how much is going to be charged, any highlight to be mobile or messaging something in the mail, how much is going to be charged, or when you have to be paid for this kind of stuff. That will come at right, or
Yeah.
because of we are giving the credit card
Correct,
number,
correct.
automatically they are debiting it.
No, no, no,
No,
no.
no, no, no.
After
So
the
No, no.
deduction the amount
guys,
they
guys, guys,
will
guys, 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 guys. Hold on. So still we have a session here wherein we are talking about the cost management and everything. Okay, we'll come to know
Okay.
how to do that and what to do that. Okay, it's just a FYI why I said because you see before getting into the next topic, which is gonna come maybe a next weekend. Okay, and on eagerness you go ahead and create it. Okay, and then it shouldn't be like you whole week you spend up and started working on it and testing the things, so it should charge you back. That was the reason. Okay, so don't worry,
Got it.
we'll cover that, how to check it, how to optimize your resources, how to optimize your cost, and where you can check how much you are getting charged and everything. We'll get into that. Okay, but for now it shouldn't be like you in the curiosity you go ahead and create it, and then that shouldn't be a backfire. That was the point. Clear?
Got it.
Okay,
Got it. Thanks.
so where we are? Okay, in the creating, right? Okay, so now you once you log into the portal, this should be by default what you see, like create resources, all resources, monitor, subscription, like this. Okay, so if you want to create a virtual machine, I can go ahead and type in. This is called as a marketplace. What is it called?
Marketplace.
And why it is called as a marketplace?
Because there are different products are there, and we can choose it as per our need, and we can, if it's possible, we can use the service and pay as we use.
See, simple thing. Why do you go to market on your day-to-day life?
To
Purchase
purchase
something.
something.
Right?
Purchase.
So it's the same thing. Here, if you want to purchase any services or anything, any resource, you just come to this marketplace. Simple. Now, here you can search what you want to create, virtual machine, right? Now you have different levels of
Basically,
virtual machine. Okay.
it's
You
a
have
mall
a
shop.
data center virtual machine, you have a Ubuntu, you have a different set of. Okay. Now I'll go into this, which is Microsoft Azure Services Virtual Machine, and create one. So now, what is resource group?
For virtual machines, I mean, the availability of the hardware like processors, RAM, memory, hard disk, those things are the resources for virtual machines.
Basically PC components.
Uh,
Yeah.
Resource group is generally a folder where you put in
Mhm.
your virtual machines and other stuff.
Yeah.
Simple. To ease of management or segregate, what you do, you create a groups. That's nothing but simple segregation. Now here what you're doing, you're creating a resource group for a specific, consider you have an application for IRCTC.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, you create a group
Yeah.
called as a IRCTC resources. So all the resources related to IRCT will go and sit in this resource group. Now you have a Black Friday sale. Consider Black Friday sale. For that, what do? You go ahead and create a resource group saying these resources are used only for the Black Friday sale. Or you go ahead and create a Amazon website where you buy and sell all those things from Amazon. So that Amazon website sits under this resource group. Consider you created a new folder called as a Amazon website. So simple, it's nothing but for the segregation. Okay, I would say.
So it's a kind of marking for ourselves to
Yeah,
remember. Yeah.
yeah. But initially, when you are creating for the first time, you need to have a resource group. Under that only it will go. But post that, if you want to segregate, you can go ahead and segregate or not. It's up to you. If you have existing, you can use it. If first time when you are doing it, if you do not have, you have to go ahead and create one for that. Okay.
Copy that. Yeah.
So I'd say review the test. So this is my new resource group. Okay. Now virtual machine. ED VM1. This is the virtual machine name what I am giving.
Okay.
So now there's probably 1 minute. Okay, fine. Guys, you do remember we spoke about the regions?
Yes.
Yes.
So you see here, there are different regions. Said we took example of Pune, 2 data centers. We took it, and then we said Bangalore 1 data center and Chennai 1 data center, right? If you
Yeah.
see here, west to west, 2 and 3 are nothing but 2 data centers within the West US region. Right? Yes, no, guys.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes.
Okay. This is nothing but it's a for called as a zones. So zone 1, zone 2 in the same region. Okay.
Okay.
Now consider you want to use a machine with different flavor. So now you want to deploy Windows Server. You can go ahead. You want to deploy Ubuntu. You can go. You want Windows 11, or due to some reasons you need a Windows 10 as. So in that case, you can go ahead and deploy SQL Server on Windows Server 2022. So what when you select this image, what will happen? It will come with the inbuilt SQL installed already. So if you are building this machine, what will happen? You need to go ahead and manually install the SQL.
398.
Okay.
2 coming
Okay.
400 limit 2 coming.
So if you do this,
3 days. Undalagatar. Huh?
Satish, can you please mute yourself when you're not talking? Yeah, thank you.
okay. So if you see this machine here, it's a plain Windows server. Okay. But if you want to add any other things under that, like SQL and all that, you have to install it manually. So let me select this. Under this, now you have a different stuff. Do you want to go to Windows 2019? Okay, your current application is running on 2019. You still haven't upgraded to 2022. So in that case, you want to test it on 2019. Still, you can go ahead and select 2019 and test it and do the things. Now, post this. You want to see the application works absolutely fine, or there are dependencies when you move to 2022. So still, you can go ahead and build 2022. Okay, you can use the data center addition, or you can based on the Azure addition Gen 2. You go ahead and select whatever you want. Okay, I'm selecting this. Now we said something. Sizes. If you see, there are different sizes. So if I select see all sizes, you can see there are different schools like B, D, DV3, V4, D series V3, D series V2, E series, F series. Okay, there are different series of a machine. Ideally, if you are using for your home testing environment, go for the B. Okay, that's less pricing. You can see the prices as well here, how much it would cost you. If you are going to P8MS, what it has 8 CPUs, vCPUs, it has 32 GB of RAM, and it can support up to 16 additional disks. In sense, along with your OS, it can support up to under 15 data disk. Okay. And what's the max IOPS? Okay, guys, we'll come to that probably. Yeah. Okay. And what's the cost per month? So this is the cost per month. So someone was asking, right, how much it would cost. So you can see the cost during the deployment, how much it's going to cost you if you are leaving this machine on for 24/7 for a month. Along with that, there would be additional. This is only the VM cost, but still, yeah, additional based on your network traffic and everything that will add. It's not only 2022, but on top of that, it will add some more. And if you're adding additional disk, then that is going to cost you additional cost. Clear?
Clear.
Okay. So E series and all these are with the high configuration which are used for your SAP environment and all that. Okay. So that you have a high resources.
Here a little bit confusion. So
Yeah.
what is the data disk? I'm not
Okay.
getting exactly.
Now on your laptop, probably I'm not
Mhm.
sure now. Ideally, whatever your laptop comes in, it comes with single disk and it might be
Mhm.
a 500 GB or 1 TB. Okay,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
uh, if you worked on server, so your C drive would be different and your D drive or E drive would be different. If you want to install your
Mhm.
SQL, so consider you install your SQL on E drive, not on a C drive. Okay, and then
Mhm.
you create a F drive, D drive, or E drive, wherever the SQL is installed. You create a E drive as a separate only for the backup, or F drive separate only to store your logs,
Mhm.
right?
Yes.
So these are nothing but the data disk, nothing
Okay.
but
Okay.
different data drives. But if you say OS during the OS building, you'll get only one disk by default, which is your OS to run your virtual machine.
Okay.
Clear?
Okay.
For production, it is not recommended to put everything on C because that growing will sometimes stop your virtual machine to function. In sense, due to running out of the space and everything, then it will not function as expected. Okay, and that's the reason they segregate the application layer, in sense the data and everything. Clear? So
Yeah.
far good. Okay. Okay. Hope now every machine has a local administrator account.
This will
Yes.
create Azure admin. It will create, right?
Yeah. So I'm giving the username as Azure admin here.
Hmm.
So you can select your username, whatever you want. But what is this
Hmm.
account?
It's an account you use to log into the VM once it is created.
Hmm.
Okay. Have you ever installed the OS?
Yes.
Okay. By default, while installing the OS, what it does, it will go ahead and create an
Understood.
administrator account. And at the end
Hmm.
of the installation, it will ask you to set the password for the administrator account, right?
Yes.
Same thing, what it is doing, it's giving you the user friendly name. Okay, now we are giving Azure admin, or someone say, I want to keep my name itself, Anup or Raghavendra. So you can keep your name also as admin. It's nothing but your built-in default administrator. This account is nothing but the built-in default administrator, and you're setting your password and going ahead. Okay,
Okay.
clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now what you're doing, you're selecting a port.
Sir,
Yeah, Rohit.
just repeat for the region selection. I have missed that region, what you told.
Sorry, Rohit, your voice is very low. Could you be a bit loud?
Sorry, I was asking about the selecting a region.
Yeah, yeah. We selected the region, right?
I'm asking about while creating the VM, what was the region? What? Yeah.
So I selected South India.
So you are selecting a data center where this VM will be created and which should be closer to your location.
Okay.
That's the region.
So as I'm in Delhi, so I may
Or you, Mumbai would be the nearest location.
Yeah. Or central India.
Okay. So
What
I
is the
can select
location, sir?
North
How we
India
can
as well.
identify the data centers in that particular location?
See, you
If
can see
South
the
Indian, Asia Pacific, South India, we have four states is there. Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Karnataka, Kerala. That's all four
Okay.
South India. In that fourth South India, where exactly it is lies in that South India?
Okay.
okay.
Sir, please could you put some zoom in because the texts are very low, very small.
Okay, give me a minute. Is it
Yeah,
fine?
thank you, thank you.
Okay. So what we're talking on the port. So RDP requires by default 3389. Okay. We are saying RDP is set on a 3389. What's the port for HTTP? 80. HTTPS
80.
443. SSH 22. So this is the Windows machine. We are allowing only 3389 for the RDP right now. Okay.
Okay.
Now, licensing. Consider your new or startup environment, then this doesn't make sense. But if your enterprise environment, MNC, and you have your data center and you have all the licenses, you have purchased the Windows licensing and you have the licensing servers which are locally running, right? If you use your existing licensing, what will happen? This will reduce your 49% of the cost of licensing. So consider this VM. See, the cost of this VM, basic cost of this VM is what it is showing,
2000 something.
2022. If I'm using
Yeah.
the licensing,
Yeah.
the benefit is it is reducing 200 rupees for the licensing per month. Because you have the enough licenses available on your local environment.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
So
reason.
is this license for only for OS or other software also it will consider?
No, only OS. So every licensing has a different model. If you are going with SQL, then you will have your own subscription based license, and you will have your what is that? Not MSP. Give me a minute. Okay, SA account. Microsoft SA account will give you the for softwares like SQL, right? So that will have a software assurance account, and other has based on your for OS it is a different account, sort of. Okay, it's only covering your OS if you have the OS license. Hope that answers, Rahul.
So what does mean existing Windows Server license? I'm not getting it.
So you have Anup, now Accenture has multiple data centers and
Uh-huh.
they're running all their virtual machines on on-prem, right?
Okay.
And
Okay.
they have a mixed environment on cloud as well. But On-prem,
Okay.
they have the licenses because they moved partial of it to the cloud, and still they have the on-prem licenses which were being brought up.
Okay. Okay. I got
Okay,
it.
so now you can use the same, because if you're going and paying there, now what will
Mm-hmm.
happen? The here the licensing cost is reduced by 59%. Half of the
Okay.
saving is happened.
And the license will be consumed, so
Yeah, so automatically as part of the compliance, they will go ahead and when they are running every licensing, they go ahead and run. They will have the information. When
okay.
someone can off the TV or mute the TV for.
Too much noise, so
Okay, so what happens is every licensing they know the information, how much license you have used, how much you have currently in
yeah,
use and
that's for
everything.
sure. Yeah,
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 so
yeah.
what happens, they will have all the information. So based on that, when they come for audit or when they come for the renewal, right, they will do the backend audit, they scan it, and then only they come to you for the renewal. So then if you're running short of it, they will ask you, okay, please add these many licenses, this is short, and then you give a
Mm-hmm.
justification it was being used only for development for a day or two, and it was deleted, then there is no thing. If you have
Okay.
created recently, it was just for the development, so in that case one or two machines they say okay fine, go ahead and leave it. Okay, it was only used for testing for 2 3 days or the stuff. But when you talk,
Mm-hmm.
the machine has been run for almost 8 9 months. In that audit, they find it out. Okay, this machine was running for last 8 9 months, and still, as a replacement of it, you have got this resource, or so they charge for that. Okay,
Got it. Got it. Yeah.
clear so far?
Clear. Clear.
Please expand the selected inbound ports. I want to see. I missed something. Okay. So SCTP, you are only selecting the RDP. RDP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, if you install,
If I,
if you want to, we'll come to that. If you want to
uh,
allow this also, consider you are building this plain vanilla OS, and post that you
mhm,
want to install your web-based application. Okay, so in
mhm,
that case,
mhm,
initially, as long as you are not using as a with the SSL certificate and all, then you can access
mhm,
it with HTTP. If you are using SSL certificate, then you can use it for 4.3. So that's where you go ahead
mhm.
and allow this, and accessibility is being done. Okay.
This should be charged, right?
No. So
If we
this
will
is how
select
it is.
them,
These ports are, you are allowing it on the OS level. These ports are not getting charged, but it is allowing you to access the application.
okay. So I'm not getting. So why it is asking here? So is it chargeable or not? So.
No, 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 no. See, by default, if you are using the consider you are using the particular Windows OS, right? You are using for the
Mhm,
web application. Okay, these are
mhm,
by
mhm,
default. So you need, if you are using it for the web application, instead of
mhm,
coming back and doing it later point, they are allowing you. So if you know you are going to use this particular server for deploying your web hosting, then in that case you can go
mhm,
ahead and allow it right away, right? So you don't have to come back here later point.
mhm.
Though these
Okay,
are
got
the standard ports being used. So if you're using the Linux virtual machine, so in
it.
that
Mhm.
case, to connect
SSH.
using the putty, you need this SSH enabled, right? Otherwise, you will not be able to connect.
Right.
Right.
So now,
Mhm.
if I do not allow the RDP, what will happen? I say none. So if I try to connect when I come back, I will not be able to connect. Again, I have to go ahead and allow in the networking level.
Hmm.
Correct?
Okay.
Right.
Clear, guys, so far? Let's go to the
Yes.
next.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are talking about the data disk, right? Now I'll create and attach here one data disk. Now if you see, there are sizes. Yes, based on this, your charges, the pay goes high. Okay, P1 disk, a small disk, or the start of the disk, which is nothing but 4 GB. Okay, P8. is nothing but 8 GB. So same way, ideally, when you're creating OS, it starts with P10, which is nothing but 128 GB. Okay, P10 disk.
Mhm.
Then if you want more size of the OS disk, 256 GB, then you can increase to P15. With this increasing the scope or the tier, you're increasing your IOPS, you're increasing your throughput. Okay.
What is IOPS, sir?
Okay. So IOPS is nothing but
Input output operations.
operation. Okay. So what will happen now? So I would have covered you the storage initial only. So probably that might help you. Okay. Let's go with this thing. Now, Anup, right? Who asked IOPS?
Me, sir.
Sahil. Okay.
Sahil.
Sahil, what make and model of laptop you're using?
I'm using Dell laptop, sir.
Okay. And on this, do you have a hard disk?
Yeah, sure.
Which hard disk you have?
I am not sure the make of it, but it's 500 GB.
Okay. So anyone has heard of SATA and all those previously?
Yeah.
SATA is
I
casing.
actually,
Yeah.
ID,
I'm not using SATA, sir, but I'm using SSD.
That's what I want to bring in child there. Okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we
SATA.
had earlier SATA disk.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if you have a old laptop, maybe as antique or something, you have kept it from your college days or something,
Yeah.
or if you go ahead and sit
Yeah.
any of the cyber cafes where they're using the Windows 90 or something, if you go ahead and sit on that system, you'll feel like you're literally crawling there. Okay.
Right.
Because this disk were less this were less performing disk. Okay.
Mhm.
And as we started earlier, anyone has used a dial-up connection in home?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And compared to dial-up,
Max 50. Yeah.
compared to dial-up, today's internet speed, what do you feel?
Far better.
Okay.
It's too speed wise.
1,000 times.
Fiber
Okay.
optical.
So if you are asked to use the dial-up, what will you do?
I would rather not use it actually, because after using fiber,
Okay.
Simply,
So
sir, simply will suicide.
okay. So it's the same way. SATA earlier, what was right? Yeah, see that's a revelation how the things are growing, and that's where the things are.
Yeah.
So earlier, SATA was the good disk, okay, and
Yeah.
consider its IOPS was somewhere around 250. What is IOPS, by the way?
Input operations. Maybe it is actually the accessing
Data is
speed of.
returning the hard disk in such a way for input and output operations on that.
Yeah. Yes.
Mhm. So input output is nothing but whatever the data you are sending and receiving. What is
Receiving.
input?
Yeah.
Whatever the date consider you're typing on the keyboard. Those are nothing but the input commands what you are giving to the computer, right?
Right.
And output is what I'm typing and you can see on the screen. I have typed input output operations per second. You can see it on the screen, right? That is output.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now this input output operation per second, in sense, read and write, which can happen on your hard disk, that's called IOPS.
IOPS. Okay. Got it. Very clear.
Okay.
Very clear.
Now, if you're saying SATA had a 250 of a IOPS. Now, post that, when it was increased to hard disk drive, what happened? This was improved by 500. So, I'm giving an example. Okay, not the exact numbers. The 500. So, what will happen? What happened? SSDs were much better, right?
Yeah.
So you can see it was really good. If you consider somewhere around 2012 to 13 or maybe up to 14, whatever the laptops you got, those are good. But during that period, it was good. If you see now, you are using a company laptop which has been with SSD. If you go ahead and use your personal laptop with HDD, you feel okay. I can't work on this, right? Because it's really slow compared to that. Now, what happened?
Especially Windows, they are testing your patience.
Yeah.
On the older laptops.
So later, what happened as a revelation? They brought SSD. SSDs are nothing but solid state drives. Now, here what happened? The performance directly increased to 500 IOPS. So your read write is much more faster.
Faster, yeah.
Okay. Now there is something probably. If you guys are fine, let me take you through the storage. Okay. Simple how it works on the data center level. Okay. This is your storage. Okay. Consider this is your SSD or SAS drives. Okay. So what do you mean? Probably Satish could add. What do you mean by SAS or NL SAS?
Serial attached storage.
And why you use it?
The data will be storing from direct to your things in serial cables, which will be attaching into that particular storage box.
Okay. Guys, this is your storage box. Okay. If you need a high performance, earlier there was SCSI disk.
SCSI disk, yeah.
Okay. Earlier there was SCSI disk, which was being or SATA disk. Okay. So what used to happen? Now, as I said, we moved from SATA drive to the HDD, then we moved to the SSD, right?
Right.
The same way, the performance wanted to increase, right? In that case, we wanted a higher performance. The read-write operations were increasing. So what they brought it? They brought SAS storage, nothing but serial attached SCSI. SAS storage is nothing but serial attached SCSI. Now in this, what will happen? With the SAS disk, you have a performance of, consider, up to 7,500 IOPS. Where we are, we are at 500, 1,500. Now it got increased to what? 7,500. At the same time, now going with complete all SAS, there's a cost. When you say about the performance, obviously you need to pay more money for this.
Correct.
So what they said, some of the enterprises, okay, we want mixed or a hybrid. So we'll run the production environment on the SAS where we need the high performance, and we will run the development on NL SAS. NL SAS is nothing but nearline SAS storage. So IOPS should be somewhere around 5,000. So what happened? You are able to get the performance as well. There is no much heavy degrade like if you're going with the SATA or something, but still you are using a cost on a optimized way. Okay. On top of this, now the new technologies what emerged and came up, they come up with the all flash. All flash is nothing but the flash drives. Their performance or the IOPS is much more higher than your SAS and ML SAS. So what people said, okay, if you want to go with this, there's a high cost. So consider you are getting this particular NL SAS with 10,000. If you are going with the complete, no NL SAS, only with the SAS, then it goes to 20,000. I'm giving an example, but it might be lakhs and crores when we talk about the storage, but I'm just giving an example for your understanding. Okay. When we go with the flash, it's going to be 50,000 instead of where the spike is, where we're 10,000, where it was 20,000. Now it moves to directly 50,000. Now, in this case, what organization started or storage providers, OEM started giving the solution because everyone is not willing to go on the flash. So they made a mixed match. So you can use a flash as well as SAS, or else you can, if you're using a SAS, then you can go ahead and add your cache disk, nothing but temporary storage, which will improve your performance, adding flash drives there. Clear?
So I have one query here. See, regarding for the storage, again, it's a vast, what is this domain in such a way?
Right.
Okay. See,
So
in that, what happens is you have a Broadcom storage and have a NetApp. NetApp, it works in the different technologies like network appliance storages. And Broadcom storage, they have a SAN disk with SAN, they have a different switch and everything. So that and all exactly which will be capturing, or just only the disk compared to says how exactly the
okay.
talk about technical perspective side.
See,
not enough.
If we have to talk about the SAN switch or the SAN technology, vSANs, what being used by the Broadcom or anyone, okay, why it comes in picture, how it will be helpful, that is a complete different story. Okay, but for our understanding, when we are talking this, so I thought let me bring up these pointers. Okay,
got it.
Yeah.
So that you have a clear, at least the clarity. It's not like the clear when you talk about the storage administration, it's a complete different ball game. Okay, And earlier, there used to be a dedicated storage admin who would be taking care of everything, your storage management, your SAN configuration, your fiber channel configuration, your what do you call zonings, so that only the specific resources have the access and all that. Okay, so all that is a different game. But for your understanding, how the revolution came in and how the things are, what we're running in. So that's what it is. Hope this is clear.
Yeah.
So now you got the IOPS, how it works.
Got it.
Yep, it is.
Okay. So now, based on your requirement, you can go ahead and use your disk. If you're going only for regular use or something, then go for the standard SSD. Okay. Or if you're using web servers, then standard SSD can go. And you are using the high performance, like maybe SAP application or any ERP application, then go for the premium SSDs. Okay. In this case, just for the testing creation, I'm going with the standard SSD. Okay. So if you see the IOPS, see guys, just observe
Yeah.
it, how it degraded. What is now IOPS
Yeah,
here?
it is 500.
500.
500.
Okay. Let's go to SSD. It's still 500, but throughput is 100. If you see here, 60. There is no max burst or max burst throughput. Okay. If you go to premium, see here, your output is 120, but you can max use up to IOPS is 120 provision, but max burst it can go up to 3500. Okay. Here your throughput provision is 25, but max burst it can use up to 170. Clear?
Yep.
So it's how you pay, how you do. Why I'm using this? Let me go to 128. Okay. So I selected the size. I'm adding, this is for the additional disk, right? I selected 128 GB. So I'll say non-empty disk. Okay. And I'll select this. Whenever you are deleting the VM, it has to get deleted. If you want to do that. If you don't want to do that, you want to use the data disk again for the next any VM. You deleted this VM and you want to mount to the newly created VM. So do not do this. Otherwise, it will automatically go ahead and force delete this VM disk. Okay. Clear? So far,
Yeah.
clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay. Now, so what is virtual network? Any
Virtual
idea?
network. It's a network for virtual machine.
Yeah, see here. As soon as I added this disk, OS is 128, and this disk, the cost shoot up. If you realize on the right hand side.
Yes.
Okay. Now the cost is 5,000 per month for the lesser one. If you're changing the size to E series or something, that it would be in lakhs. So that's why be mindful when you are using the services. Okay. On your lab, when you're in a production, then yeah. So there, you'll be regularly monitoring and doing the cost analysis and everything, and probably your COE would be on your head to explain those things. So don't have to worry.
Yeah.
But if you're using your credit card, so be wiseful of that. Okay. Now, virtual network is nothing but the networking component what we are creating for in our
Virtual
virtual
machine.
environment. Okay. Here I am saying this is the virtual network, or else I can use the existing. Okay. If you have the existing virtual network, you can use it. Then you can go ahead and add to the existing subnet. So if you have a default, you have multiple subnets in your organization. Consider you have a
Could you please show us how to create a new one, virtual network?
yeah. So, okay. So you can go ahead and create a subnet here. You can change your IP range. Now, if you want to set it as 16, you'll get these many IP addresses, right? Address space, what you're getting. If you're going with 24, 256 IP space, what you're getting. If you're going with 8, then you get these many IP addresses. So, guys, I'm not going to go into the subnet because it's a very vast topic. Okay,
Yeah.
but
But
for your
but
understanding,
these IPs are for the private network, right?
yeah,
It's not
private,
for the public.
yeah, private.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Got it.
probably I'll bring you up. Anyone has an idea? Uh, what are the different classes of IPs?
Class A, B, C, D.
Class
And
ABC. Yeah.
Okay, what do you
class
mean by that?
starts with 10 to 126. I think it is Class A IP address.
Class A,
Mhm.
right?
127 is goes to the local host, and 128 to 1certain Class B, 160 somethings. Uh,
Class B is
128. It starts with
128.
128. Oh, forgot it. It's 160 something if I'm not wrong.
Oh no, 191.
Class
192
And
to
192.
192.
223.
102.
223.
123.
223.
223.
Class B.
123.
224 to 255. Sorry, 254. Sorry, 239.
239.
Class D is 124.
Sorry,
Class
224.
D is 124 to 239. 224, I think. Class D.
oh, Class C, right? 24, 2023. Okay. Okay, when do you use this classes idly?
Class A,
It's
B, C used for the private typing, and D for the research and development.
for testing.
Class E is used by ideally a scientist. This segment is used by a scientist it falls under R&D only, but it's being used by the scientist. This is reserved.
Or defense?
You can see, yeah, defense also you can see. So it's very secured zone, E, okay, and D. Now, we did everything. What is 127 then? Where it is? We missed this particular IP.
That's your local host. 127.0.0.1 goes to local host. That's a Apipa IP address that's used to call for it.
Who said Avipa?
I think I did it long time back. I said Sadish.
Okay, Satish. 169
Sadish,
is
169 is Apipa. Sorry, 169 is Apipa. 127 is going for the local host. Local host.
Look
127
back.
is local.
Loop
Local
back, right? Loop back.
Loop back.
Yep.
Okay. In this, 169 is reserved for Apipa in this class B.
It's more than 20 years when you read it CCNA that time.
Yeah. So, guys, these are the IPs. And if you go and see this, okay, it's nothing but we have 4 octets.
Yeah.
Okay. 8-bit each. And if you see the IP address, what you have ideally, so consider 192.168.20.21. I'm giving an example. Okay. So this is 192 is nothing but the 8 out of this 8-bit. 168 is nothing but out of this 8-bit. So 20 is nothing but out of this 8-bit. Now, how this bit is calculated, I'm not going to go into that. Okay. If you want, go ahead and search for subnet masking, and it's very huge topic and it's very confusing when you get into it. But it's good for your understanding. But nowadays you don't need that. If you want, you can Google it. Everything is ready-madely available. Earlier we used to have a calculator and pull out. Okay, when we say /24, how many IPs we are getting, /22, how many IPs we are getting, right? So we had to pull it. But if you say subnet calculator or anything IP subnet calculator, it will give you, if you're saying /30, so how many IPs you would get? So it will give you the complete detail. These many IPs you get, this is the broadcast IP, this is the IP address range. Okay, so you need to go ahead and look into it, but just for your understanding, just I'm giving this so that you can see. Okay, clear?
Correct.
is virtual network is the mandatory part of when we are creating the virtual machine?
Obviously.
Obviously.
It is a subnet name. Just giving the subnet name VLAN 1 to and something like that. That was, yeah. So VLAN 10, VLAN next to if you're adding it, VLAN 20 to start the IP address string. That's
Try to.
Just give the slash.
Hmm. Only
it's not
two,
a
I think.
valid. Use 0/24 IP address string. The VLAN 10 that is fine. 0/ range is only range is 0/24.
Well, it should be taking.
Yes. So 256 IP address. Select
Okay.
NAC security group basic.
So if you want the public IP address, you can select here, okay, which you can connect to the public IP. Or
Okay.
else you can go ahead and select
Open.
none. If you are on your internal network and you have the connection, okay. When we talk about the connection, no, we'll come in that other topic. Okay. So you need to have a connection between so we'll cover in the networking that topic, okay, but yeah, public IP to connect publicly you can use, and NIC, network security group. What is network security group? Any idea?
No.
Yes, yes.
No.
Any network, any idea what is network security group?
It's a firewall that inside the console we have
Mhm.
like a server. We have a firewall inside the server. Okay,
Inside
like that we have one.
inbound and outbound you're talking about on this. Inbound, what is exactly inbound if you're talking about the servers and blocking this one? It is like a Windows firewall.
Okay. So people who have used Windows, they might understand. On Windows, you have a firewall, Windows firewall, where you can set up the what all inbound traffic can be allowed, what all outbound traffic can be allowed. Consider you want to allow 1433, okay, only traffic that is for the SQL. So you can allow it on the Windows firewall as the advanced firewall. Same thing, what you're doing on the operating system, you're doing here at the network level. So we were allowing this port, right? If we say none of them here ports, then what I need to go and do? I have to go ahead and do it on the network security group. That's when I'll be able to access this RDP. Clear?
Yep.
So I'll select this. I don't want to hold it because ideally default IP, when I select this, what will happen? It will delete the NIC. Otherwise, I have to go ahead and manually delete the NIC. So if your IP is being there, reserved. That is being considered for a particular machine. You have a IP address which you want to allocate, but it's been allocated to by used by this NIC. You will not be able to use it. Okay. Clear? The load balancing options will come up on that during when we are discussing the networking components. Okay, but for your understanding, let's leave it here for this part. We'll get into that in the next topic. Okay. Now, management. We spoke about identity. Right?
Yeah.
So what we said, there are system managed identity, user managed identity. So if you enable this, what will happen? In the backend, Azure will take care of it. So it is system assigned managed identity. Okay. Or else you want to allow your Azure AD or else Entra ID to be communicating. Then you can add this Entra ID communication. Okay. Now consider your team works only from morning 9 to evening 5. Post that, no one works from your team and you don't need these resources. And it's a development environment, not a production. So in that case, you can enable the auto shutdown so that automatically consider the resources move at 5. But you keep a buffer of half an hour. So someone is still stretched out with the work or something and you shut down at your time. Okay. Clear? If you want to auto shutdown. Now, if you want to enable a backup, this is the production environment. You want to enable a backup, you can directly go ahead and enable the backup here and select the recovery service vault. But we'll come to this. I'm not gonna enable now. We'll come. There's a dedicated topic for backup and disaster recovery and everything. We'll come there. Okay. Now, ideally, do you want automatically to get the updates, or you want to install it manually, or how? So you can define that. If you have your own patching tool, like maybe a SCCM or something, then you go ahead and patch yourself. You say, I'll update it and select manually so that whenever the Windows is updating, it shouldn't be rebooting your server without notification. Clear?
Got it.
Yes.
Next,
Will auto update is also impact the cost?
it will impact your production.
Okay.
Because if you're saying your system got updated and it's a production environment and you have offices in US, Europe and India.
But
Now, yes, Satish.
actually, regarding for that, one is automatic. Microsoft, sorry, one is automatic update. Then Microsoft releases any patches that will automatically going and installing and doing it immediately on that. One
Right.
is we are managing. What is orchestration? Something which I just saw the third one. In that one, if you just go to Microsoft orchestration, there's a third point. The patch or orchestration. That is Azure orchestration in the sense.
Yeah.
That means Azure itself automatically when they do it, they
Right.
install on their own or what?
Yeah. So Azure orchestrated is nothing but the patches which are being so when they are doing the updates, right? So okay, mute background.
Satish, can you move? Satish Kola.
Satish, can you please go on mute?
Yeah, Shubhi, please.
Hello.
I think the sharing screen is gone.
Sorry guys, there was a power cut. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me
Yes.
share.
So see, probably we need to bring up that topic, Satish. Orchestration is nothing but Azure orchestrated. So what will happen, right?
Could you share
Could you
screen
share the
again?
screen, please?
Yeah, I'm sure. Have you heard about power is back? Let me get it. Give me a minute, guys. The power is back, so let me get additional screen. So while my router comes up, see, yeah. So have you heard about the update domain and fault domain? Did we discuss about this during our data center stuff?
Nope.
No.
Okay. So what do you understand by update domain and what is fault domain?
These are used to enhance the reliability and availability of all the virtual machines inside Azure cloud platform.
1 minute, I'm just switching the network. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me share my screen now. Okay. So guys, save this. Okay. This is your rack. Okay. This is your rack. And okay. So this is your rack. These are your physical servers. These are the switches. And this is your PDUs, power distribution units. Okay. Probably some of them who are not haven't got into the data center might not be able to relate it, but I'll give the quick glance here. See, this is rack, nothing but it will go ahead and hold your servers, physical servers. Okay, you have to mount it right somewhere. You need to keep it. It's nothing but it's a enclosed space where you can put in your racks and mount it. You can put your server or devices and mount it. It's like you're keeping your book when you keep your books in a shelf. What will happen? You keep one on top, one above one, right? The same way here, you have a servers. You add it and mount it there.
Maybe you can show a picture of data center to others
Okay.
who are not familiar with rack.
Okay. See,
Yep.
these are the racks. Okay. Now, if you see in this picture, these are devices mounted. How it is mounted, you can see it shows like you have kept your books right, one on top, one right.
Yeah.
Okay. Same way you'll have all the devices, servers and
It's
everything.
not visible and then.
Guys, can you see my screen or no?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
are
we can see
able
your
to
screen.
see.
Yeah, visible.
Can you
Yeah,
see the
now
data center picture, right?
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, probably who has a problem might have to reconnect or
No, I guess the people who are accessing this course using a mobile phone might have some resolution issues.
okay. And if you see here, this is how the devices are being placed. Okay, you can have everything here. Now, this has the PDOs. PDOs is nothing but data center racking data center. Okay. So if you see here, this has a power
unit.
distribution units which are being placed. Okay. It can be within the rack, it can be outside the rack if it's nearing to the wall or something. Okay. Here, what do? You have multiple units. So one goes down, still your servers will or switches, everything will be able to work on a secondary source of the power. So when you see here, there are two cables, right? One is going from the blue, nothing but the power source A. One is going from red, nothing but the power source B. So that way, if still one goes down, you will be up and running with the other power source. The same way, these PDOs are connected to the industrial units behind, where it will be coming from the two different power sources. And also, it will have the connection from two different UPS systems. In case of a power down situation, on one source is down, still it will be up and running from the other source. That's nothing but this is how the PDOs work. Now, consider, you see in this rack, there are two switches. Still one switch goes down, you'll be able to up and run with the another switch because we have the dual source. Okay, clear?
Yeah.
Now, in the same case, your virtual machines are sitting here. Consider your application is a 3-tier application, okay, with load balancing and everything. You have around 4 application servers. One is front end, one is a back end, and one database. Okay, in that case, what will happen? One application server is sitting here, front end, one front end is sitting here. One database is sitting here, one database is sitting here, one backend is sitting here, one backend is sitting here in the 3-tier architecture. So when we talk about the PDUs, still this would be up and running, both the servers. If one PDU is down, one switch is down, but complete rack is down, what will happen? Still your business continuity is in place because you are running one more set of server from this rack. Clear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, in this case, what Microsoft says, they have something called as a availability set.
Mm.
Availability set, nothing but every availability set has
And update domain.
and update domain. Okay, what will happen in the fault domain? As we gave example of one PDU going down, still it is up and running. One switch going down, still it is up and down running. That's nothing but your fault domain. In sense, still this hardware is failure, you are still up and running. When this rack goes down, still you can bring up and run here, right? This is nothing but your fault domain. What is update domain? Now, what Microsoft does, they go ahead and run the updates for the hardware. This is the physical hardware where you have your virtual machine sitting. But what will they do? They want to update their firmwares and everything, the BIOS. So it requires a reboot of this particular server when you are installing physical server. So in that case, what they do, they are running this update, but at the same time, you have considered in this example, I will say you have 3 application servers, 3 database servers, and 3 front end and back end. Now, in this case, what will happen? This set goes down. Still, you have this set and this set running because Microsoft is doing update on this particular physical server. So these virtual machines will be down, but still your other virtual machines are up and running, your business is up and running. Am I clear? This is availability set and fault domain and update domain. Is it clear, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Any doubts?
No.
No, it's clear.
Okay. So who brought that question of Azure orchestrated?
Me.
Okay. Satish, what will happen in the Azure orchestrated? It will do when you are running your updates right from the Microsoft for their servers. During that, they want they will go ahead and, because your virtual machines are going down, so during that they get it updated, pushed through Microsoft 8.
Got it.
It's like an orchestra conductor managing all musicians at
Yeah.
once. Yeah.
Okay. So it's nothing but, if you see, there is something called as what we said, when you are doing manual, we'll be using our SCCM tool, right? Or earlier it was
WSUs.
WSOS, then SCCM. You have a different patching tools. The same way, along with this, their infra patching, there is something called as a Azure Update Manager, wherein it will go ahead and update the patches to your virtual machine.
Got it.
Clear?
Yeah.
Okay. So monitoring will get into during the monitoring topic. Okay, but okay. So there are some when you want to do something, you can install your extensions or the say you want to have some particular application installed, okay, as part of the deployment. You can install those extensions as part of your. You can install the application as part of your deployment. You can add the custom script to go ahead and modify as per your requirement how you want to do. Okay, even you can add your custom scripts here while it's getting provisioned. You can go ahead and deploy your required things. Okay, now coming to capacity reservation. So in this case, what will happen? You reserve the capacity. You say 100% while reserving the capacity. Consider you want to use your VMs for next 2 years or 3 years. Even that will reduce your cost. So now if you are signing a deal, consider I'll be using your services for next 2 years or 3 years. Okay. Then you are reserving that capacity. Okay, I need this much of capacity for this virtual machine for so and so time. So in that case, you will have the overhead of reservation wherein you get reserved for your VM to improve your performance. Along with that, it will help you on reducing the cost as well, because you're saying you reserve instances for next 3 years or 1 year. So based on that, the cost will decrease. When you're paying monthly, consider you're paying 5,200 now monthly. So when you say I'll be using this resource for next 1 year, then Microsoft might go ahead and give at the 4,200. So you're saving 1,000, but still you're paying monthly. Clear?
Yeah.
Okay. What is tagging? Why do you need tagging?
Easy for management when you have many VMs.
Okay. So the ease of management, if I have to say ease of management, consider we have different projects. Now Anup is working on SAP, so he needs some of the machines for SAP migration. So wherein he will be using those machines for testing and all that, and then once it is moved away, then he will go ahead and decommission that. Okay, so in that case, you can add the project name, who created it, for what particular project, and you can add the application name, what application is being installed on it, and for what specific set of application you are going to use it, and then you can provide your project code there. So what will happen when the billing report you are pulling, you can segregate, okay, with this project code, this much bill has happened, so I'll go ahead and charge back to Anand. So consider this is used for infra support, so then I can go ahead and charge back to the Raghavendra and Satish. So that way we can segregate that billing and charge back. And also it's easier to manage when you're pulling the report. You can say when you pull the complete holistic report, so just you want to see only for the specific project, then you can go ahead and do that. Okay, clear guys?
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and create this machine. It's validating. Once it completes the validation, I can go ahead and create the machine. Okay. So we spoke about virtual machine skill set, how to manage it, the pricing, deployment, different sizes. Okay. ARM template, I'm going to talk on this in the upcoming sessions because we have to see how the templates work there. Okay. As part of the blueprint. Fine. Clear, guys?
Yeah.
And Kubernetes, I'll be talking during our solutioning. The next, what we have now to talk is on the virtual networks and load balancing. All this front. Guys, can we take a break?
Yep. Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Reconnect at 11:45 because I haven't had a breakfast as well. So let me have a breakfast. And
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So let's connect.
Sir, is the reassembling time? Tell 11:45.
Yeah, so the 11:45 or 12 you want to connect because we have to cover today. Probably who missed last week. So we said we'll be covering tomorrow's topic, network connectivity, and this stuff as well today itself.
No, that is
11:45 is
fine.
fine.
Basically, kitna? How much? When?
Sorry.
11:45.
11:45 means half an hour
Yes,
back.
half an hour. Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Fine, guys. So I'll stop the recording here and we'll rejoin. Come and rejoin here again. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Let's give it time to see who all are still pending. So we have 15 people. Anyone else is pending? Ashtosh. Abibul is there. Ashtosh. Vikas. Yes, let's start or let's wait for another 2 minutes.
Sir, let's start.
Start, please. Anyway, record is going on, right?
Yeah, recording is going on.
That's fine.
Okay, so guys, virtual networking. So we already spoke some part on it. What is VNet? I'll come to it. Subnetting, we already spoke. So any doubts on the subnetting?
Not from me.
Anyone else?
No.
Okay. Let me share my screen. Let's start. Once you're able to see, let me know.
Yeah, you can see it.
Okay. So we spoke about subnetting. We went brief, but yeah. So subnetting is a vast topic. If you want to go through, can go through the subnetting topics. It's really good, interesting, and confusing as well. Okay. But now we have a ready-made tool, so you can just use the subnet mask calculator or a subnet calculator. So that will give you the details of when you say /24, when you say /26 or 28, what all IPs you get, how many number of IPs you get. Okay. Earlier it was like we have to do manually. So you need to calculate each octet. So probably if you want, just I'll bring up something. So just for your understanding. close. So okay. So when we say so 2:0 is what? Guys, I'm audible.
Yeah.
What is 2:0?
0.
2:1?
2. 4.
2:2, 4.
4,
6.
2:3.
3,
6.
6,
8.
2 to 4, 16,
16.
16,
32.
32,
64.
64,
128.
8.
Right? So now these are the values derived from your, based on this you get the IPs. Okay.
Yes.
So now consider we have the IP address of 192. One 68. Then So how do you calculate this? How do you get this value 192?
It's a class C IP address. That range would start with 192.
Yeah, but how did you get that thing? So now
128
when
plus
you are
64.
calculating in this octet, where you are,
128 plus 64.
192.
right? So based on this octet value, you got
192.
192. Now in this case,
128 32 plus 8. 128 32 and 8.
based on these two values, you got this one. On this value, you got this one. On these two values, you got this one. And on these two values, you got this one, right? As part of the IP.
Yeah.
So now,
It's going on, or it is. I can't hear
no,
anything
no,
else.
some of this.
Hello. Screen is stuck or hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, now we can hear.
Give me a minute. Yeah.
What?
Okay.
So when we say bits, what is bits?
Zeros and ones.
Zeros and ones, right? So now, what we said, 192 is in this value. So these are the bit values what we have. Okay.
Yes.
Based on this bit values, what you're doing, you're calculating your twos with the value to it, right? So where is the bit value 1 at this location, right? So now it would be at the 7th place. So 7th place is what? 2 is to 6. 8th place of the octet is what? 2 is to 7. So now the value is 192.
Can you repeat again? I'm not getting.
Okay. What we said, bit is what? It's a binary of 1 or 2, right? 1 or 0, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Okay.
1 or 0, right? What is byte?
8
8 bits.
maximum.
Now, we have what? How many in IPs? What we'll have? 4 octets. 4 octets in sense 8 bits into 4.
Mm.
Correct?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
that's what we calculated. 1 octet is nothing but this 8 bits, right? This is the 8 bit,
Mm.
0 and 1s. Now, when you
Okay.
see the value is here, 1 is here. So now you need to calculate, right, what value should be coming in. So for that, as subnetting, what you do? You do 0 is to 2, sorry, 2 is to. So the value will start from 0 to 7 in the octet. So when you are doing 2 is to 0 is nothing but 0. 2 is to 1 is 2. So that way we calculate this table. Now your value of this bit is what? 64 plus 128. So your IP C class is 192,
Mm.
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Same way when we talk about 168. So what is the value? Here is 1, so 8. Here is 1, so 32. Here is 1, 128. So 128 plus 32, 160. 160 plus 8, 168. This is your IP.
Okay.
Same way for 10. We have 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. So in this case, 2 plus 8, 10. Right?
Yep.
Correct? Yes.
Okay. Okay.
This is 10. So this is how you are calculating your IP address. Okay, from your binary values. Now, based on this, slash 24 is what? When you say slash 24, what will happen?
Subnet mask. Subnet mask.
So how many octets you are taking when you talk about 24? Three octets is 24,
Yeah.
right? Are you following, guys?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Slash 16 is nothing but 2 octets. /8 is nothing but your 1 octet. Now, what happened in this case? How much was outstanding here? What's the total of this?
254.
Sorry?
254. $24 to $54. So, can you repeat again? So I missed something.
Okay.
How calculated 24 and 16 into 54?
Okay. Let's calculate this. I'll come to that. Okay. Just what's the value here for 2 octets?
No. So 168 and 192 and 1010 I cleared. But 24 and 254 and 16, how you have calculated? I'm not getting.
254 into 254 you are asking, right?
Wait, I'll come to that. Let's add the calculation here. Then we'll come there. Okay. Now, so we're talking about /24.
Yes.
Right? When you say /24, how many IPs do you get? We are left with what? So this is your
254 IP address. We can get it.
254 IPs is what you're getting here. Right?
Yeah.
Nothing but the sum of these octets. When you're saying this all becomes 11111. That's the reason we are getting this. Right? Correct?
Yeah. All value is 254 IP address.
Yeah. So maximum will get 254. Okay. Now, in this case, in 16, what will happen? You have 2 octets. So how many IPs you are getting? 2 octets. In sense, 254 into 254.
Yeah, 64, 516.
Right? These many IPs you'll get when you are using class B.
Okay. Last two.
/16
That means
is what?
/16.
Yeah. /16 is nothing but class B. /24 is class C.
Yeah.
Class A is nothing but because you are getting you are using the you are getting 3 octets. So now you will
Yep.
have the probability of getting IPs 16,38,000.
No. 1 crore 63 lakhs.
1 crore 63 lakhs 87,064 IPs. Right?
Yeah.
When we talk about the subnet mask for this, what will be the subnet mask?
First one is 255, 255, 255, 0. Second one is 255, 255, 0.0. Third one is 255, 0.0.0. Right?
Right. So now your subnet mask is coming from where?
Regarding for the last octet, where how many hosts which you can have in it, according to that will get divided.
Right. So this is your subnet mask is coming from the last octet 0, which is nothing but the number of IPs you are getting for this. Right.
Yeah.
Now here, what would be your subnet mask? 255, 255,
255, 0.0.
So what do we submit for this? Class A?
0.0.0.
Are you following me now?
I got it.
Right? So in the class A, we'll get the maximum IPs. In class B, we'll get this is the second IPs, and in class C, we'll get only 254 IPs.
254.
Clear?
Yeah.
This is how the subnetting, when you're calculating, okay, for this project, I need these many IPs. Now, if you consider the project requires only some IPs, okay, then you have to do this calculation. So in that case, what you say, I need now only what I did, I selected slash /13. So what's the IP here? Oh, how many IPs you will get? These are IPs what you're getting. Okay. So these are the range of IPs you might receive from this particular segment. Are you following how it is being calculated for subnetting? Yes, no.
Yes. Yeah.
Any doubts so far? See, anyone is interested in networking, they can go. It's a deep, it's a vast topic, okay, but very interesting topic. If you're interested in networking, then it's good. But if you're looking at day-to-day Azure administration, you might not require it. But when you're looking into the architecture role, yeah, probably you need to have understanding of these topics, because when you're designing, when you're saying this is what has to be deployed, this is how the implementation has to be done. So you're giving all these details. Okay, this is what the range I will be looking for. This is how my IP subnet should be, and these many machines should be coming in this segment. Clear?
Got it.
Okay. So subnetting is clear. Now let's go to virtual networks. How it works. We created one VM before we getting on the break.
Yes.
Yes, feel free if you want me the way I'm teaching. If you want any changes, let me know. Feel free. Okay. Just I'm giving so that once your basics are clear, it would be easier to relate and understand the concepts. That's the reason I'm going in this way. If anyone wants differently, let me know. I'd be happy to accept, and let's get in that way as well. Yeah, I see your Stosh is fine with this. Others?
I'm not interested in others.
So you want to continue in this way only, right, Rahul? Satish?
I'm not interested.
Yes, yes, not a issue teaching way. Teaching way is fine. So problem is everyone not from the
Yeah,
infra
Yeah, we are in
background
the
that's the
different
reason.
domain regarding for the networking IP address definitely. Now if you're
That
seeing
is
that.
the reason who is who belongs to networking part, then he can easily grasp. So it would be difficult to me for the half an hour to grasp all the subnetting and all the concepts. So for 18 years 16 years ago we have learned in btech during,
Mhm.
so in one semester. So it's a very long time ago we have
Yeah.
read
So
that
that's the reason
one.
I was
So
trying, based on
mm,
initial, that's the reason I was asking you guys number of years of experience and what domain you are coming in, so that it would be easier. Earlier
yes.
batch, it was like complete infra. So it was easy go for me. Just keep going. So that's where I was going through it. So it would be, that's how I'm trying to cover based on the audience part of this group. So that it
So
would be.
I one more thing. So in Yoda is not providing any related to course AZ120 related to SAP. So I searched yesterday, but
Uh-huh.
I could not find. So Yoda have not course curriculum for the AZ120. It belongs to the SAP.
AZ120, right? So let me make
Yes.
a note of it. Okay. So Anup, I'll let you know. Maybe tomorrow evening I should be free bit. Let me go through it and I'll let you know. So next session I will
Okay,
update
sure,
you
sure.
on that.
Okay.
Okay.
The
Thank you.
both the
Thank you.
topic VMs and network are quite complicated. So by practicing day by day, it will be perfect. So I'm also just keep on learning today without asking any questions.
Sorry, Mita. There was a bit voice break.
Yeah, and, both the topic like VMs and network both are quite complicated. So I'm just listening and trying to understand.
Mhm.
So
See,
for me,
guys, you get a week's time, okay, to refresh, and that's what I ideally do. First, maybe a 10 minutes if you guys join on time. So we can go through the question if you have any questions from the previous sessions. So we can go through that. If upcoming topics are there, I can say, okay, park your question for that topic. I can cover there, so it might help you. Okay. So if you have anything, please go ahead and get the things done. Okay. 1 minute. हाँ मामा. हाँ मामी. उघडला. 1 मिनिट थांबा. Yeah, sorry about that. I got some person call. Okay. Yeah. So okay, NSG we're talking about, right? Okay. So if you go here, right, under networking, network settings, you go to the virtual network or subnet, what we created, VLAN, right? So under that, you can go to this. Okay. So if you go to specific NSG, nothing but network security group. What we said, we allowed port 3389 for RDP, right? You can see what is the protocol TCP and source any, destination any. If you want to edit and add more, I can go ahead and do that. If you want to delete, you can delete this particular port which you allowed. So if you want to create a rules, you can go ahead and create a rules. So we are talking about HTTP, right? And 443. So what I'm saying, source, it can be anywhere, right? It can be coming from Anup's computer, it might be coming from Satish computer or Mita's computer, but the extension would be your server, right? Where you are putting in the you are allowing the port 80. So what you are saying, you are allowing port 80 on a TCP and priority. You can set the priority. So consider now the priority is what 300. RDP is absolutely working fine, and you want to take this immediate effect, right? So in that case, you can go ahead and make it as a priority 290. So that what will happen? It will take a precedence and it will push this priority as the first, and you'll start getting that 80 port activated and working fine. Okay. Now, so outbound traffic, how the outbound traffic should go out of the VM. Do you want to allow any port? So you can allow that as well. So SQL, I want to say SQL port from only specific server. I don't want to allow it from all servers. I only want to allow from the specific server, which is application server, which should be communicating to database server. So in that case, I can add the IP address here, and port would be 1433. So once I add that, it will allow only from that particular system 1433. Clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what is application security group? We spoke about the network security group. What is application security group?
A specific application we should give the security.
I'm not sure it is related to firewall.
You can say it's firewall only part of, but it works on the transport layer. Okay. So anyone knows OSI model? What is OSI model, guys?
Sound like
It is a basic of
OS
networking.
How does it work?
opens OSI model layers.
Yeah.
Yep. There are 7 layers in the OSI model.
What are they?
7 layers.
The first,
just top application.
yes. Then presentation.
Application top application.
Presentation.
Presentation.
Session layer.
Session.
Then the transport layer.
Transport.
Then network layer.
Network.
Then
Data.
data link.
Data
And
link.
physical layer.
Physical layer.
Right. So what happens at physical? So it's nothing but the network cable, what you are connecting, or whatever the establishment you are doing.
Yeah.
Right.
Network card.
It might be network card. It might be connection from the switch. Right. Data link is what?
It controls the data transfer or data communication between different connected devices on the network.
Network card.
Hmm? So data link will what will do now you can establish the connection using network cable, right? So this is responsible for transferring the data.
Protocol software.
Mhm. What does the network layer do?
Network. Uh, IP configuration.
So network layer will be responsible for routing your packets. What does transport do?
TCP UTP
Right.
protocol.
What does the session do then?
Communication between two applications.
So your internet goes down on your computer. Okay, your broadband is out. So in that case, what will happen? Will you be able to connect? Yes, your hotspot or your broadband goes down, and will you be able to connect to the internet on your computer?
No.
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 So the session layer, what it does, right, is this is establishes the session between your network. So the communication is established by this. So if your internet is not working, there is no active session, right? There is no active communication.
Yeah.
What is presentation then?
Encryption and decryption of
Compression to
data.
decompress the data.
Mhm. So this what it does, it encrypts, decrypts, and it will go ahead and you can say uh, probably a translator. Okay. What does application do then?
User interface.
So now you're launching any application, it will go ahead and it will be responsible for the interface between the application and the network and all network related components. Okay.
Yep.
Clear?
Yeah.
Why we came here? Okay, we came because of the application groups, right? Okay. Now, tell me what is application security groups? What we said NSG is used for? Allowing the ports, inbound ports or outbound ports, and even see NSG can be set at the NIC level. It can be set at the VNet level. In sense, your subnet level. So consider you have the subnet wherein you want to set up the NSG. It can be allowed across the subnet. So any machine sitting in that subnet will be using the same rules are applied to it. In sense, if you're not allowing port 80, it's not been allowed on anything on that subnet. Okay, but you have the NSG at the VM level, wherein what you're doing, you are allowing the port or your inbound and outbound traffic on the ports for the particular virtual machine. So you're applying that NSG on a specific NIC, nothing but your network adapter. Okay. Now, application security group is wherein you're grouping the different virtual machines which is intent used to specific application. Consider you're using SAP application, you have different application servers, you have a different modules, okay, but it is communicating only to the specific database, HANA database. So in that case, what will happen? You are creating a group of servers or virtual machines on which you are applying that policies, so that it is being same for all the applications within that group or virtual machines. Am I clear?
Yes.
It is only for the servers, not for the users kind of structures.
No,
application business. Okay.
It's only for the virtual machines, group of virtual machines wherein intend to run specific applications or so. Clear?
Okay.
Any doubts, guys?
No.
No.
Let's get to DNS. What is DNS, by the way?
Domain naming system.
Domain name servers.
Regulation.
IP resolution. Name resolution.
Name resolution. What do you mean by name resolution?
Host name to the IP address to the host name. Auto lookup address.
The unique name.
Okay. So if we bring back this Excel, will you be able to understand with this binary values?
Nope.
No.
Will you be able to understand with these numbers?
Yeah.
Nope. You cannot remember the IP addresses every time.
Okay. So,
So
if you have to
DNS,
remember
yeah.
if you have to remember 1 crore 63 lakh 87,064 IPs, will you be able to do that?
No.
All right. So that's reason what is being done. Domain naming system is nothing but it goes ahead and resolves your IP into the name and name into the IP. In sense, consider you are doing google.com. It's easy to remember, right? So if I say ping -a, what it's giving? It's giving Google only, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
If I say
This is a IP
IP
version 6.
IPv6,
Ping -4, then you can get it
Yeah,
hyperversion.
ping -4. Yeah, that's the IP address.
this is the IP for the Google.
Yeah.
So Google DNS is what? 8. So if you are not able to browse Google for any situation, okay, you will not be able to ping this particular IP. It means Google is completely down. Or else, if your internet is not working, you will not be able to ping this Google. Right?
Yeah.
So Azure also has its own DNS. Okay. See, there are different DNS providers. It's not only the Azure, but when we talk about internal, when we talk about or on premises, we will have our DNS server, which might be part of your Active Directory. Okay. When we are talking internal. But when we are talking publicly, so ideally what is done, your DNS server sits on our DC. Ideally. Okay. And other part of it is when you have the particular website, consider you have developed a website. Say, yododa.com. Okay. If I go ahead and access yododa.com, where it will take me to this website. Okay. Now I have something called as a abc.com. I have this website. It's working fine on my computer. Instance on my server. Let me see. Okay, this is a website which is working on my computer on server, and even it works. So wherever I've developed, it works absolutely fine. But if I have to access from outside within the network, so I can go through the server name and the website link, still I'll be able to access. But this, can I access from outside? From the
No.
internet?
No.
Why?
You have to perfectly configure inside the DNS with an CNAME or the canonical names. Right now, this is sitting in on-prem. Then we have to do
Okay.
all kind of network sites.
Okay. So I'll tell you what happens here. Okay. So whenever you have the website which you want to face it outside, okay, outside your network, what do you do? You develop your network in your you develop your website on your LAN. This is your LAN. But you will have this front end sitting in DMZ. Anyone knows what is DMZ?
Demilitarized zone.
Demilitarized zone. What does it mean? So your LAN network will not be able to communicate to DMZ as long as there is a communication established. So you have the firewall sitting here. It is isolated network. Okay. When it is allowed to the firewall, that's when the communication will go. And any communication coming from outside, as long as it is not allowed, it will not come and hit here. Now, to hit this, DMZ has its own IP subnet. It's not same as the LAN. So it has a different subnet. What will happen now? This IP directly, because it's your internal subnet, it cannot communicate to the external world. In that case, what they do, you have to go ahead and NAT this IP with one of the public IPs. You will purchase the IP from the public provider and you will NAT that IP to this public IP. What will happen now? So when you hit the public IP, you'll be able to communicate to this DMZ server through this NATing because that public IP is allowed. And now from here, it's coming from the authorized source. Then it will go back to the LAN and fetch the data and provide the information required. Now, your public IP, if you see here, what we said, google.com, right? Where is my command prompt? Okay. What we said, google.com, 142.251.43.46. This IP is a public provider. Okay. Now, this IP will be able to communicate only when it has been updated in the public DNS provider. So now DNS.Google is the public DNS provider. The same way, there are different GoDaddy, there are Cloudflare, there are a lot of things, a lot of providers who can provide you the public facing IPs and the DNS posting. So that public IP is being there, and in that public IP, you go ahead and set your name called as a ABC12345 website name.
So here, 8888. What is it? Is a public IP or so it's a DNS?
Which one?
8888. It's a Google.
Yeah, Google 888 is the Google DNS provider.
It's a public IP, but the DNS server, Google's DNS server has this IP address.
Okay, and this Google IP is like 143 something, right? What go down?
See, that's a DNS server is different from Google site servers.
Yeah,
If you go and
exactly.
check with the nslookup.com, in that nslookup command prompt, you can check the google.com. You have a lot more IP address that will be there. So that's if you just say it in that nslookup, and then you try it, it will go with a lot more things.
So 142, 251, 43, 46. What is this?
This is an IP address of google.com website.
This is the public IP of the google.com.
Google.com.
Okay, so I cannot differentiate between 8888 and 142, 251.
8888 is DNS IP
DNS
address.
servers.
This is the
DNS
DNS server.
server.
Google DNS, which is publicly available.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Mhm.
If you want to connect to the internet from your system, you either have your own DNS server or you specify the Google DNS server, which is 8.8.8.8 or 4.2.2.2. There are several public DNS servers available.
Okay. Through I can that DNS server I can able to connect, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
See, if you're using your own computer, then you don't have to configure the DNS server, okay, idly. But if there is a situation wherein you are in a corporate network and you want to use the public DNS, then you can configure the Google DNS, or you'll have their whatever the provider you have DNS provider.
Practically, I have done this one, but I cannot differentiate between this one. So that is I have the confusion. So I want to clear that one. That's now clear. Okay, thank you.
No. Could you repeat that?
Actually, I have ping and all those things. I have done, but theoretically I have not idea what is the DNS and all that one. So I had a little bit confusion. So now you had cleared. Thank you.
Okay, good. Any doubts so far, guys?
No.
No.
So same way, Azure provides its own DNS services where you can go ahead and use the Azure DNS for name resolution. In sense, you have hosted your website, you have hosted everything. You can put it on the Azure DNS, and that can be used, and it is public facing, so that whenever someone is coming from publicly to reach the website called as abc123876.com, he can be diverted using the Azure DNS. Am I clear?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Now tell me, what is VPN?
Virtual private network.
What it does?
It allows you to connect to a remote
If you're
system
on the internet
securely.
network, coming into an office networks, you require a VPN network so that they'll have a source on the destination of the IP address. From that IP address only, you can come to the office network. So that's kind of a
It's
setup
create
is
a
going on
tunnel.
VPN.
It's create a tunnel between source to destination.
Yeah.
Okay.
It allows you to connect to a remote host securely.
Yes.
Okay. So there is something, when we say VPN, so everyone might be using their corporate laptops. So if you want to access any resources of your office or server, then you have to connect to the VPN, which is provisioned by your organization, and then you'll be able to connect to the office network, right?
Yeah.
That's nothing but your private tunnel, which, so what it is doing, it's creating a tunnel. In sense, the traffic is moving in a secured manner instead of being exposed to the internet. That's what VPN does. It's nothing but it will go ahead and create a secure tunnel, and which will help you to connect to your private network. Clear?
Yep.
Now, what is express route in that case?
In routing table, they are adding anything else? I don't have any idea. But in routing table, they're specifying it where to go for that.
So let me give example. How many of you know probably MPLS link, or
It's like site to site.
Site to site and a dedicated line between two different
data centers, right?
data
It's
centers. Yeah.
it's like a cloud and the on-premises connection.
So
Like a
if you see you have an MPLS link, the link is between your Bangalore office and Pune office, right? So you're connecting on the MPLS link. In sense, you have a dedicated line from your Pune office to the Bangalore office. It is being taken care by your service provider, where you make sure your both offices are communicating well, right? Yes, no, guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now the same way, same provider might be a Airtel, it might be a Jio, it might be a Tata. So what they do, they will have the tie up with Microsoft, and what they do is they will establish the connection between your on-premises data center to Microsoft data center. So you need to provide them the ID details, and they will go ahead and hook up your connection with the Microsoft data center, and from there you will have a secure dedicated connection between Microsoft data center and your on-premises. Clear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now there are different types of VPN. Anyone knows what are those?
Zscaler, Cisco VPN. That is a software kind of layer.
No,
That's what I'm talking
those
about.
are the softwares or the provider which you are using to connect using a client. Okay, I'm talking about site to site and point to site. What do you mean by site to site and what do you mean by point to site?
One network connect to another remote network, site to site, and point to site is one particular endpoint gain access to the remote network.
Okay. Now, what we said, we have the connection between Pune and Bangalore office, right? Now, that is much costlier because we have to have a dedicated line. Express route is always a very costly solution. Okay, when you're planning, please sure on that. Why you want it? What's the thing? But site to site VPN. Now, Bangalore to Pune office. If I create the site to site VPN, is it? Am I able to accomplish my requirement? Am I able to accomplish the? Am I able to do the communication between Bangalore and Pune office?
Yes.
Right? But it's cost effective. Now, in the cases wherein you have your employees connecting from home, but they would be connecting to your office network. In that case, you'll be using point to site. In sense, when you're home, the client will download on your computer and it will try to connect from your computer to particular site VPN, wherein you will get the access to your resources is sitting in a Pune. Am I clear?
Yep.
So far, any doubts?
No, nothing from my side.
No problem.
Okay. DDoS I'll cover as part of the security. Okay. But Azure firewall. So what is firewall, by the way?
It's a device or a software which controls incoming and outgoing network traffic.
It's an in between your office network and the public network.
VPN is basically a cloud-based tunneling, bandwidth tunneling to connect the private network.
Could you repeat
Ne-
that or no? Who said that?
Firewall is to protect the crypting.
Mita, you wanted to ask something or say something?
I told network security gateway.
See, gateways are different, okay? Firewalls are different and gateways are different.
But firewall can be a gateway.
Yeah, firewall
Yeah.
can be a gateway. See, now
Yeah.
earlier you had a different firewall, you had a different gateway services, you had a different appliances together. Now
Yeah.
what they did,
Right.
as part of the enhancement, they on the firewall itself they brought the gateway. On the same firewall device itself, you have a SSL offloading and all that. Okay, so all that can be done at single device now. But if you see, firewall is different completely. Firewall is nothing but wherein you are defining your rules. Okay, rules in sense whether you want to allow the traffic from the specific network or not, whether you want to allow the traffic for specific port in specific subnet. All those configurations are done at the firewall.
So virtual private network and express route, how can create on Azure level? Can you show me?
Yeah. Any doubts on the firewall so far?
Nope.
Okay. So we are talking about the express route, right? As I said, you need to have a circuit. So first, how you can get the circuit? You should have your provider. Okay. I'm gonna put it to the area the test for now. Okay. Standard resiliency, because based on the scope, the charges would be higher. Okay. What it will do? It will establish the communication from your on-premises network to the partner. Partner edge is nothing but whoever your link provider. It might be a Tata, it might be a Sifi, it might be a Airtel, it might be a Jio. Okay, where you want to do it? You want to do it in India, right? South India. What circuit name I will give? Express test. Now, where you want to pair it? To South India, SkyTab. Who is your provider? SkyTab India DC. What the bandwidth you want? 1 Gbps or higher. Based on this, you can go with the 100 Mbps, 200 Mbps, 50 Mbps based on your load. Okay. If you have a huge communication going to the other traffic, then based on that, you can increase the bandwidth. Billing model, metered, unlimited. So unlimited in sense, here metered. How much you use, you pay for it. Unlimited, there is a fixed model, fixed billing charge, which will be paid. So same, you can add the rules tagging. So once I create this, it will give me the ID, correlation ID. Okay. and there's one more ID, which you need to communicate back to your provider, and then he will take that ID and establish the link between your data center and Microsoft data center. You need to give him a service key. Okay, you need to take this service key, provide the information to your service provider. You'll go ahead and establish the link between your data center and Azure data center. Clear?
Yeah.
Any doubts, guys?
No.
No. Delete it.
Now, here you come and select your thing. What do you want to do? Now, you need a gateway to
Hello.
sorry, there was a disconnecting. Okay. Once you able to see that thing. So you can use the authentication method. How you want to authenticate? You want to use the shared keys, or Azure has its key vault where you can have automatic rotation of certificate and the keys. Okay. You can store your, as we are talking about the system managed identities, right? Where it rotates the keys and everything. It's been done and stored on your key vault. The same way, we can generate the certificate from the key vault certificate. Just we need to give the path of the key vault certificate once we create it, and name, and create the chain of the certificate. What's the root? What is the child certificate? Okay.
What is the main difference of the both the authentication method?
So shared key is nothing but, see, key, certificate is nothing but certificate based authentication. In sense, you have a dedicated certificate when you are trying to connect to VPN. Certificate is downloaded and it goes ahead and authenticates. In sense, it will validate the certification validity, and based on that, it will allow you the handshake.
Okay.
Okay. And PSK is nothing but the automatically when you are authenticating with your password, your credentials, it will go ahead and create the handshake based on cryptographic keys in the backend. So ideally, when you are authenticating to anything, so you have consider earlier we had RSA, if anyone has used it. So there used to be a physical token. If you want to connect to VPN, you need to have that token in hand. So in sense, once you authenticate with your user ID, password, you need to enter that token. What is that 30-digit number would be changing. It's nothing but now we are using it on the multi-factor authentication on our phones, the apps, okay, where you get the push notification or you will see the changing codes and apply those codes along with that. So that's where the cryptographic keys or authentication is being done using your credentials.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, got it.
PSK is pre-shared key, by the way.
Yeah. So it's nothing but it's, see, whatever you're doing, your authentication, based on that only it's using the encrypted value and it's generating its own keys in the backend, which will generate the handshake. Clear, guys?
Yes.
First, probably need to create a gateway.
So in our organization, most of the issues we are like getting for direct connect issue. So that is a part of this network only, right?
Sorry?
In our organization, most of the time we are getting some issues of direct connect. So that is a part of networking, right?
Direct connect in sense what?
That issue is itself is written as a direct connect issue, and I have seen in this network page, maybe in my organization it's it's installed, but
See, there will be a network watcher. What you can see under that, we can go ahead and see what's happening and where the traffic is flowing and everything. So when you say the network issue, what exactly is happening with them?
I think that is particular some connection
Uh,
which is given to uh,
are you referring to the AWS service?
that is I think coming under Azure only. I'm a little bit confused right now, but it's
because
yeah,
Direct Connect is AWS equivalent of Express Connect
yeah, Express Connect.
provided. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
Don't submit as much.
Looks like you don't have any VLAN defined.
Oh, we created, right?
I think it was when during the closure you have deleted that.
Hmm.
So, sir, all these tasks we are establishing our network environment.
Which one?
This all these things we have created initially one VM, that is only a server, right?
Right.
Then we have created a network. So all these things are required and interconnected.
Okay. See, the thing is,
Now, you have to specify the subnet address range, which is 10.0.0.0 space minus space another IP address. You don't have to specify the subnet ID. Dash, yeah.
should be able to take this string. Okay. I'll do one thing. I'll look into this. Okay. Creating a gateway, and probably I'll show this the next session first as soon as we start, so that we clear this and then we move forward. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Any other doubts, guys?
No doubt,
Uh,
but I have a general question. Are we going to have a session on Azure CLI?
So you mean you are we gonna have the Azure CLI session, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we'll have it. We'll
Okay.
run a couple of commands and we'll show you.
Mhm.
Okay, how to do it, what to do it.
so regarding for this, quiz is actually for today seems to be it's got open. For tomorrow it is not seems to be exactly. So
Sorry.
how exactly are planning for it? The quiz. Actually, after finishing each and everything, I'm finishing on the quiz network.
Uh-huh. So this
So
will be open tomorrow because the session has see that
no,
I
that's
have
what.
told them to open the session. I messaged and dropped an email as well to do it today only. But if you see the session, it is being
Yeah,
still on the tomorrow's time. So I cannot
that's what.
start this link. That's the reason we continued our session on existing link. So recording is on existing link. So there
So
will
this
be
record, second record is going by tomorrow. You'll be uploading on this one, on because
no,
today I
it
think
is
there
the
is a two
same.
recording
Now
has
I'm,
been
I'm
happening.
not. See, it's part of the single recording. I'm not sure. I need to check with them whether they can download, split it, and add it there because I don't have control on this.
Okay, I just want to have.
Because I
Okay, fine.
specifically told this session has to be coming in, opening in today, so that we could have joined on this link and they should have been here.
Okay.
Okay. Or else tomorrow, once the session opens, I'll just go ahead and record a statement saying, please refer to the previous session. The second half of the session is covered for this particular topic. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
So that if someone is missing and coming back to this link, at least he has the confirmation where he has to go. Right.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other doubts, guys, before we end?
I have one doubt. Means,
Mhm.
what is the service principle and appreciation? How to do that? Can you show me?
Tejas, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Tejas, probably let me open. Okay. So service principles, did you appear the last session on Sunday?
Yes, yes. I appeared that. I want to know the practical, like how to create the service principles
Okay. Fine, fine.
appreciation.
So that will, when we are creating any other resources, right? Then I'll show you there how to create the user managed agent identities and everything. Okay.
Okay.
But again, if you put service principle in the find bar, search bar, it will take you to that section.
Hey, it will take you to the section. That's not the thing, but so what I'm saying is when you're linking with any other things, right? So it will be easier to correlate it. So just creating a service principle doesn't make any much difference, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Fine, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you
Thank you.
next
Thank you.
Yeah.
week.
Thank you,
Next
sir.
week.
Tomorrow there's no session, so that's what we covered today. So let's see catch up on next weekend on Saturday regular times.
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.